So as it's going back to the punchbowl headlines, it did say that Trump's non-defense spending would be reduced by 23%. Carney says cabinet to be sworn in during the week of May 12th and Parliament to be recalled May 26th. White House budget proposal says it would expand U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, including new $3 billion revolving fund. Barclays expects the Fed to deliver next interest rate cut in July versus prior forecast of June after the NFP data. Seeing here option bet placed on ECB rate falling below 1% by September 2026. So one trader has bought a Euribor option strategy that looks for money markets to bet on the ECB's deposit rate falling to below 1% by September next year before the package expires in 4 months. The swaps currently imply the benchmark will be 50 base points lower at 1.75% in 16 months' time.
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Yes. Okay.
So senior OMB officials say White House proposal fiscal year 2026 $1.7 trillion budget down 7.6% from prior year, and proposed fiscal year 2026 budget includes lowest non-defense spending since 2000. Carney's to name cabinet of the week of May 12th.
Yeah, I mean, literally none of this matters, in my opinion. This is probably gonna sell. Maybe not today, you know, I don't know, but it makes no sense for us to retrace this. The data does not support it.
Treasury 2-year yield rises 10 basis points on the day to about 3.8%. Carney says Canadian income tax to take effect by July 1st. So again, Canadian income tax cut to take effect by July 1st.
Grand Theft Auto release date set for May 26th, 2026. No price point given. $25 seconds till new 15s.
Senior OMB officials say Trump's budget would boost Homeland Security spending by 65%. So that falls in line with the headline from Punchbowl earlier on in the day.
This Kanye song is wild.
Senior OMB official says tax proposals will come in full budget later in the year.
Man, do we really push over 700 today? I don't have my doubts.
Carney says he expects difficult but constructive discussions with Trump. White House budget proposal would cut funds for U.S. aid, National Science Foundation, environmental justice, preschool grants, and minority business agency.
Nice. RTY POC shifting here. 19s.
Chevron CEO says barrels from Venezuela are still flowing, just going to different markets.
See what happens here into 15.4 on Russell. Might need to go all the way back down to this 12.5 with this POC shift.
Senior OMB officials say plan to send rescission package for Doge cuts to Congress. Carney says that we will let Bolivia run for a seat as soon as possible. Remember, that was the opposition member, was from the opposition party in Canada.
I'm gonna see if we can find a seller into like 165, 170. Expect our offer to be sitting up there. I think Russell needs one more leg down. If we do something like this, we can't get back over this POC and ETHI. Probably something like this. So we'll see. This POC shift, if we can build above, right, then we can retest into this. But I think offer sits there. Let's see what happens here on NQ as we're testing into 165 now. We can feel more comfortable about buyers once we step back over that like 175, 180. Immediate rejection on Russell retesting lows here. Same thing with NQ, but less movement. Russell leading. See what happens here into our low again. We're gonna get this next leg down and you see a bit more on RTY here.
Senior OMB officials, they proposed Trump budget would cut
Taking up
$49
my
billion
first
for
risk
foreign
here
aid.
on NQ from our 165, 170 offer with Russell rejecting. Again, looking for this push down into 12.5, 13.7 area, right? Just VWAP
Carney
to
says
POC
Trump
shift.
did not mention 51st state in Tuesday's call.
See if we get one more leg. This is my first trade of the day. So, why was that my first trade of the day? Well, we saw our look over here on NQ and a trap above, and then we started to see weakness on Russell with the POC shift, and a look below our ETH high, and this POC that moved over. It's the first thing that I saw that I was interested in. So we have this catalyst of our NQ buyer offsides here into our highs. We open and hold POC as resistance with this guy offside above us. And we have Russell leading down with us holding POC and our Globex high as resistance, looking for a reversion down to our shift of our POC down here to 12.5 to VWAP. So just a reversion off of this failure with our seller caught offside, our buyer caught offsides on NQ, giving us a catalyst for us to come back down. So that's the full reasoning there. Let's see what happens now. We have 50 seconds until new candles.
Carney says that I don't expect an immediate deal out of Washington meeting.
My next target here is into 130, and then we'd be coming back down to our bottom of range here. Care about 130 just because this is where we saw some pretty clear reactions as we came down into these lows. But if we break this balance low, right, then we have potential for more where we can come back into our 30-second opening range. But until then, I'm just going to be watching these wick lows where we saw this POC and then like all these bids happen. Yeah, it's really like 110, 126, but like, you know, just as we come down into these lows, it's going to be a little volatile.
Carney says he won't pursue governor pact with New Democrats.
Taking off a little bit more risk here. Bid sitting at 130. See if we offer this pivot as resistance. This is Russell into target, which again is why I'm taking off a little bit more risk because we're coming back down. And this is now where we're going to need to see the bid flip. Right, we're either going to, from here, come back up and retest this same offer point again, or I'm looking for a very clear shift below for continuation down. My understanding is that Russell probably is going to oscillate around here, right in between our two pivots.
Heads up,
for
US
the
Energy
short term.
Secretary Chris Wright currently speaking on TV.
So we'll see. For NQ, again, like this is where we would want to see our offer sit if we were going to shift down any further than this. We've come down to target into our 130. Just into our bottom of range. We're going to see need to see a bit more to convince us that we're going to break out below this balance, right? A very clear balance that we're trading in on the 15. An immediate bounce, huge reaction back up. And again, it's just the rotation from our VWAP back to our edge here on Russell. We'll see if this is going to be the top of our oscillation or if this flips. Same place where we looked for a short last. Just move this over. I need to stop drawing with this tool. I regret it every time. This rebid here is incredibly important if we're going to rotate up. Right, we have our look into target here. We have our look over, and now we have an attempt from buyers to step up. So if they can hold here, that's a pretty good sign for short term, right? That will oscillate between this 140 and 170, and then we look for the breach back over 170 if we can continue higher here with the hold. If this fails, we're going to trap buyers, and then we'll look for the reoffer below 140 for a new low, right? We're watching to see if these guys who are now trying to build above here are going to go off sides and then rotate us down, or if we can bid here and hold, and then we'll look for rotations up, like so. What issue are you having? Yeah, this is just an indicator, man. This is just marking the last, the halfway back of the last 15-minute candle. You can find it here in the patty indicator.
Senior OMB officials say White House budget proposal will reduce LIH EAP Energy Assistance Program. So just a reminder what it is. The program provides heating and cooling assistance to roughly 6.5 million households.
I don't really have a ton of faith here. I mean, this is just our offer. Again, we need to step over like 175, 180 for this to feel real, or this is just going to go back down again. Need to see a step over those.
That concludes Carney's press conference.
I mean, I don't think you need to mark the halfway back on your chart. It is not crucial. And you can just use fibs. There's a Fibonacci retracement tool on Intraday in the tools section that'll do it for you. Just turn off all the fibs other than the 0.5 to 618. And then go onto a 15-minute chart and then do a fib. Full rotation of our Russell range. NQ still holding this 175, 180. Need to see a very clear step above this if we're going to go up. Just following pathing, and then it's just going to go into our absorption that we saw at 195. So just watch to see if we can flip this or if this 80 still holds. Unsure with Russell also topping out here and ES into our value edge. Need to see just very clear interest above for more. Seconds till new 15. Again, all we're watching for is if bid can maintain above here, or if we're going to shift back below 170 and then do this rotation down, trapping these guys up here. Is back into our absorption here at this 192, 185. Just a good first risk off if you're playing off of 180 or 170. And then we look for new high. Get over this. If offer can step down here at 185 on retest for a lower high, and then if we look back into range, or if this 170 is going to continue to maintain as supportive, we need to look over that 195, go higher. Testing 185 now. Our 170 high edge still holding, no change, but need to show interest of our 95s, or this 85.95 is just going to continue to maintain his offer. And then we need to step back down. I'm not incredibly bearish here for a secondary leg until we see a look below, right? And then a reoffer of this edge as resistance for the rotation down. Until then, right, you're just trying to develop a balance up here into our highs, right? And then we're looking for this to step up. If we step down, what I'm watching for is for these guys to continue to just get exhausted as we push up. And then we're looking for a look back into this range to about this POC, right? Just POC of previous candle. And then we're looking for a slight relief bounce. And then for our bid that was present here to then go resistance on a flip for a rotation back down into this low. Once we see that, that is a good sign of weakness. Then we'll look for a lower high, and then we'll look for the continuation down, right? But until then, we have a known buyer, which we played off of for the upside, and we are continuing to maintain that. Same thing with Russell leading up. So there's no reason to be incredibly bearish yet, because RTY is continuing to maintain higher lows, and our edge, same thing with ES, right? But if we start to show interest below 170 and bounce here, we'll then look for this to become our resistance on rotations back in. Right? So that's all. Nothing's changed. Just chopping, trying to develop out this upper node. I'm just going to continue to rotate this over while nothing's changed about our levels. $50 total new 15s. New 15s are opening, trying to hold our 95 here. See if we can continue to maintain this edge, or if we're going to have to flip back down, rotate to 180s. Again, no change, 170 held, but we need to see a continuation here across the board.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Xi's securities are Wang Xiaohong expected to lead the fentanyl effort. According to sources, China sees potential fentanyl offer as a way to start trade discussions.
Beautiful.
According to sources, so Beijing weighs fentanyl offer to Trump team. According to sources, seeing a positive move towards the upside on the S&P 500 of the Wall Street Journal piece.
Good hold. Just a continuation. Very solid hold of 195. Trying to now hold over 220. We can do that. Should be good for continuation. And we'll watch for our offer up into 230, 240. Sorry, 240, 250. Just off a footprint. So we'll keep an eye on this. Right, all we did is come back down into our 195, which was our break of structure, and then just rotating up. So news candle held our lows here, showing us where value is. So we know that there's an offer sitting here into 250. We know that our value held at our 195. Nothing invalidated about our top of range at our 170, and we continue up. Take off a little risk here into our highs. We know a seller's here, again, at 250. And then just chill with the runner. Nothing's changed about our structure. All this is a break of balance. You guys don't overthink it, right? We balanced between this 170, 180 high, right? We can see that. And we balanced and this low. We held our lows and trapped. We then bid our highs and then went.
So seeing the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 extend gains to hit session highs. We have posted out the article from the Wall Street Journal on the Financial Newsfeed for you to read through.
Which is why there's not a valid short until we enter back into our range and show that weakness.
To address the Trump administration's gripes over China's role in the fentanyl trade, according to people familiar with the matter, potentially offering an off-ramp from hostilities to allow for trade discussions to start. So also just a reminder with the headlines from last night, you did have China saying that they're conducting an assessment on US discussions, and they're currently evaluating possible US trade discussions, and that they urged the US to correct mistakes on tariffs. So that was
Nicely
last
done.
night. Just a bit more of a clear direction as to how they might do that. Again, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal, so we'll see if we get some any confirmation from China's side.
The Last Adventure? I think I've heard of that one. I've been reading a lot of horror lately. Rubber Wreck? I'm just going off of the ones off the that tier list that we were talking about the other day. The like Pigpen, this author, all he does is write like 60 chapter fully complete like horror manhwa. His name's Carnby Kim Carnby. He's written what is it? Sweet Family and Pigpen, I think, are the ones. They're both horror. They're pretty good.
Rise at least 10 base points on the day.
But they're like nice little like complete stories, like little like thrillers. I'll add the one that you just wrecked though. Oh no, it's not Sweet Family, it's Sweet Home. My bad. That one has 141 chapters, but
US
Pigpen is
copper
like a
imports
complete
hit
story.
record high
It's like a
as
2-hour read.
traders front run tariffs.
Pretty good. Like a day read. Bid sitting at 230. Offer still holding our highs here.
ECB's Segundos, according to press, says ECB can be optimistic on inflation.
Bid is just trying to absorb here into 215, 230. I don't know if it holds. Lower highs so far. Our wick highs from our news candle still maintaining. If this doesn't hold, I expect us just to have to rotate back down to our 195. And we shouldn't expect that to hold if these guys at 250 are trapped. So we really want to see this pivot maintain here, right? And we want to step back over this to take out highs. Because if this doesn't happen, these guys at our highs are going to be trapped, and we should expect a deeper rotation than 195, I believe. Probably back down to our 170 if this pivot fails. That's my guess. So let's see if this 215, 230 continue to maintain, or if this flips back. Again, I'd be looking for, if this low doesn't hold, a rotation down to 170 here if we can't get back over 230. Then we watch to see how this pivot interacts.
DeGuendo says ECB doesn't target exchange rate, but we're watching closely.
Tempting into this 230 again. Let's see if we can flip it or if it holds.
Duino says economic risks highlighted in March are now materializing.
Good holds, retesting highs, take off your first risk into 55 if you're playing off the flip of 30.
Adding, I don't think the Eurozone will fall into recession.
We show interest over 60s, should continue to push. Russell flagging and holding, retesting highs, ES flagging and holding. Yeah, that was good. Just a scalp though. Need to see continuation or nothing's gonna happen here. Decent amount of lots being taken in. But we've got a pretty clear buyer at 30s, and we have a very clear buyer that doubled up at like 200 to 10. So as long as like these guys are continuing to try to maintain, we're okay. But as soon as we flip below, we go down to this seller who's trapped at this 170, 180. So it's really important that we continue to see these bids maintain. Here, I can go what I'm looking at on our delta bubbles for this idea of just like the levels based off that news. You can see, I mean, you can see it on footprint as well, but there's you can visually see it with the bubbles here. This offer at this 180, I got trapped into this low, and then these news candle. We can see this buy from the hold of our 195 that we talked about, and we can see them doubling up here at this 30. So just this dip is being bought, and we're now just trying to maintain it. So that's what our levels are based off of. This low into our 195 215 area, and then again this 230 is now where we're flipping right here. So this is that 215, and then this is that 230 recovery. I'm now pushing back up into our highs. And then of course the 170 was here where the sell side got stuffed, right? The only way we were looking for a short is to look back in. These are just delta bubbles. It's a trade evade indicator. I mean, I don't know how useful it's going to be if you don't understand our order flow, but they're called, it's the SEPMO large delta bubbles if you want to look it up on Trade of It. The yellow ones? The zones? These? No, I draw them myself based off of what I see.
De Guindos in the press interview says that we can be optimistic on phase of interest rate cuts continuing.
Yeah, man, it takes time. It's a process. Appreciate. How you doing, man? Yeah, they're not bad. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as soon as buyers stop caring, we're gonna do a decent reversion. We're getting a little far away from our 15-minute VWAPs here. But gotta play trend until they stop showing up. Yeah, I agree. We're watching to see if a lower high gets put in here, or if this 230 is going to continue to maintain. Watch as we rotate back up into this last offer at 245, 240. Need to see this bid back. Same as before, where it's like, okay, well, we know that there's buyer at 230. We need to know step back above this and then rotate up. Or this is going to be our first like real lower high here, where we'll reject here, and then we'll look for this pushback below 230. And then we'll do our downside pathing for short term. $45 offer held, testing back down into our 30s now. Two and a half minutes left of this candle. If you're not in from 45 for shorts, this 30 isn't worth yet. And you see a better look below and then a very clear hold like we have drawn, where they're just going to continue to absorb here and then we'll pop off of it. Understand that this is just like, right, this is our halfway back of our 15-minute candle. So I want to see this look below. I want to now see like a very clear offer into this and holds if we're going to continue. That being said, that if you shorted off at 45, this is a great first risk off, and then we'll look to see if like 30 to 40 will offer on retest, right? Flip of our bid. Super important that we now see this now hold offer and this look below. Just going to shift this to this value level now. Just repeating what I'm saying. This is where we need to see offer stick pretty clearly. Or we're just going to trap below.
Good morning, Friday traders.
Yo.
A little pumpy pump.
Yeah. Russell still maintaining our highs. ES still maintaining our highs. NQ diverging a bit. Just watching to see if this offer can continue to step us down. It's our value edge flash candle, boys. No change. 40 offer still holding, maintaining. Need to get back below 30s for anything more, though. We're just going to chop here in an inside bar. If Russell continues to pop highs, then it's not going to be a great trade for NQ. got to get below 30s from this hold to 40s if we're going to go down, or again, bid's just going to maintain, watching our Russell halfway back as we push back in. Right, is this going to just hold a higher low, or are we going to be able to do the full oscillation? Trying to see if it's this, or if we're going to go down and do this oscillation for one of these. There's been no shift of our buyers at our lows still from our news candle. Like this 30 is still a thing. Offer still sitting into like 54 to 60 above. Just chop until Russell makes a decision, I think. Back into our absorption here, 254. See if we flip, or if this continues to maintain as our top edge. Russell breaking out of our range. It's a good sign. You can see the bid really attempting up here at 260. I think we do a Russell retest to break a structure, and then we try to build here this 50 to 60 on NQ. So looking for like a little flag, hold of our highs if we're going to be able to bid out. New balancer created. I'm just gonna do our pathing of the classic setups in balance. If this top edge fails, we'll be looking for rotation in, offer, push down, lower high, and then a continuation like so. So marking our downside just in case this edge fails. We'll look for our offer here back into a look below 50s if it ever gets back below. Until then, we're just watching for our bid here to maintain this 50 to 60 and then continue up.
I'm keeping a little eye on Tesla here, actually. I don't know if it'll have much index important, but every time it's looked above this 290, it's done it 4 times in the past week. It's like extended to the upside really hard and then just got slammed out.
So this is where we look for a relief bid, 40s, and then we look for a offer into 50 to 60. If we were going to continue down. Watch your Russell edge here, just like we have pathed. This is either going to hold a supportive for continuation up, or this is going to hold our offer for this rotation down on NQ. And so just watching this on this look back in, we are here. We need to get back over 60s and bid from this look, or this is going to be our first lower high for a rotation down to 30. Russell holding our edge, and Q offer into 60. Again, need to see a step above and hold if we are going to actually move anywhere. This is just our seller sitting here. You can see that on footprint. Mm-hmm. But again, like you have to be very careful because without Russell following, right, you need the Russell weakness, or you're just gonna get chopped up, and then the bid is gonna continue. Like you don't get continuation moves without it. New 15s have opened, still holding our 60 here, trying to flip it. Russell retesting our break of structure here at 32. See if bid steps in or if offer is able to maintain. RTY edge here. Can we make a decision here, please?
There's some exciting auctioning.
A 16K DSLR 100K camera. What? Those are words.
I think that's one of the it's Rory, ignore him moments, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of like let it happen.
This bid is trapped into the 60-65. I just don't know if we get any movement off of it. Movement. Maybe if RTY puts in this lower high and then we offer. Other than that, I just think it's a little early. Right, like nothing has changed about what's happening up here. But we still need to see a much clearer look below with Russell following. We're still just maintaining. See what happens here. Hopefully this is it. Watching our bid at 40. See if we get a lower offer and then a rotation through with Russell weakness with the lower high, or if this is another bid and step up. Needs to be a very clear reoffer for you to feel comfortable in this. Gotta get below 40, boys. Watching Russell retest here by our break. I'll just put a visual 8 on lower highs, right? See what happens into our edge. We're hoping that something like this plays for a full oscillation if we're going to get the weakness through. And I don't think you need to worry. There's going to be another rotation if we do push down, right? Like the bid is at 40s. We know that. We can see it. What we're going to be watching for is if you're uncomfortable in this first leg, which is totally understandable, we should find a bid regardless into this 20 to 30, and then we look for the lower high. That should then lead to our extension down, which will give you another opportunity around here with Russell following. So just keep that in mind, that it's never a life and death situation. All we've noticed is that there's very clearly someone taking in size above R60. right? And we're looking to see if these buyers are going to go off sides. And if we can then rotate in. If we can do that, then it's just going to be our value rotation into these lows. But there's always going to be a secondary move off of a situation like this where we're going to be able to get another leg down if it does hold for that rotation through. So just be patient if you're unwilling to put risk on here. I think RTY will give us the signal when it's actually ready. Offer holding on Russell needs to step down though.
According to delegates, OPEC Plus discusses June supply hike of about 400,000 barrels a day. Seeing a little bit of downside, did see a little bit of downside movement on WTI off the back of the headline. Also, in about 3 minutes' time, we're expected to get the Baker Hughes data for the week. Total rig count prior 587, oil rig count prior 483.
Huge 4 more rigs.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
Ten seconds, still new 15s. 50-60 offer still holding. Buyer attempting here still at this 40. I want to see this thing fucking die, but we'll see.
Here it is. Turn hour.
Yeah, they're holding well. Here's your Russell rotation. Thank the Lord. Watch our edge on RTY. This should lead to, if we're going to break
Total
down,
raise 584, 584.
we
Total
need to see a
raise.
secondary leg.
Just waiting on the oil rig count now. Oil rig count 497, 497. Excuse me, that's 479, 479. Compared to the prior 483.
Yeah, usually. Class was yesterday because Mario couldn't make Mondays, but yeah, mostly it's Mondays. Almost always.
It will go back to Monday.
Got our bid at 30s for our full rotation of our balance up here. We watch for a lower high now to put in if sell side's serious. If we step over 60s, probably go new highs. That'd be my guess. Continuation. But if we can now hold this 50 to 60 on retest here, and we see a pretty clear offer, should get a breakdown of this 20 to 30, and then probably move down to like 170 would be my guess. But if we step over this, I'm not bearish. Right? We want to see from this move. I mean, we've gone over this 300 times at this point. 400, 50 to 60 offer, rotation to our 30. We're now watching to see if sell side sits here. If they sit here, I'm going to be looking for this look below this 20 to 30, and then for a secondary move down. If we step back over off this hold and we see buyers step back in, probably new highs. Just balance right now, right, between these 2 points. We want to see a bit more on our edges. Same as before, 50-60 offer off of our hold of 30s, rotation into 40s. See if bid steps in or if we rotate through. Just balance. Russell still just holding our lower highs, following our trend that we put in to identify when this break was going to actually happen, right? Bottom of balance here again. It's great first risk off if you are playing the range. Again, need to see a step below this 20 to 30 for continuation, ideally with Russell breaking our lows.
So WTI falls below $58 as OPEC members discuss 400,000 barrels a day hike.
I'm out half. See if we can flip this. This is Russell bottom range. Russell low held and Q low held, watching our offer into 40. We'd like to see a lower high be put in here, and then the look below. And then a push below this 20 to 30 in offer if we're going to continue downward. Just our pivot from before where these buyers were present at 40, right? We want to see that offer into it, and then I want to see this look below for the break. It's going to happen. And then again, I'm targeting like 170, 180 for an actual breakdown if we see any interest below this bottom of balance. Technically, yeah. Do you guys see what I was talking about? How there's a secondary opportunity that almost feels better from our edge low on the retest, playing this as your re-offer here for this rotation through, instead of trying to play the primary. Because we know what's going to happen in balance, right? We know if we look above, we have a range, and we develop above, we look back in, we rotate through, we find buyers that are low, we then look for a reoffer into our high, and then that leads to your downside leg, right? So you get an opportunity here to play off of these guys, this rotation to the low, or you can just play on the secondary attempt, because we know we're going to find relief here, so then just looking for this, or this look below and hold. You have like 3 opportunities, really. It's just like, what's your risk? And do you have your known catalyst? And so as soon as we start to see Russell actually show interest back inside this range, that gives us our opportunity to play this down. And if this thing actually breaks down below, that'll lead to that larger leg. I'm out a little bit more here. And then I'll just leave runners the rest. Remember, we have a known buyer at this like 200, 212 from the news candle. If we can push below that, then we go to my 170, 180 that I'm looking for. So just watching for a slight relief here as we push down into this, and then hopefully the last leg. What's the actual price point for this? 202. And then 211.
Interesting that Russell is still maintaining this upper structure. These value high looks. See if it starts coming down, might get fun.
If bid maintains here, this like 200, 211 from this look in, from where this known buyer is, and we pop back over this 30, I think sell side loses. Invalidation over like 35. If that happens. So just keep that in mind, that if we fail here to break below this buyer from the news candle, right, where this value shift occurred on this pop, if this holds and this guy is still present and then we look back over, I think we rotate through. So just keep that in mind, that we want to see basically sell side continue to maintain here, and any bid needs to basically get them insta rejected and then play down, and then we get our next leg.
New 15s.
$35 counterparties take $147.882 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
The peer value high test. RTY still maintaining upper node.
Excuse me. This is our test. This like 30-35's got to hold or we flip. Very clearly. Just like we have pathed. What's up, Julian? Long time no see, man.
Hello, friend.
So what I'm looking for here is for our bid to be absorbed, our offer into our Russell pivot here, right? Now we need to watch to see if we get a higher low on RTY and on ES on a recovery of this 20 edge. We got to step back below this very aggressively or we go up, right? If we can hold and absorb here into our invalidation, sick. Nothing, no change, right? We maintain our ledge where we needed, so we're good. But like, this is why this is our sell side invalidation if we push above this. All this is just retesting into our value of our previous candle. And as long as that's holding, I don't care, right? We just are then oscillating in this range right here. And as soon as we step below 200s, we get our next leg down. But we need to see the step below. This is why we have it pathed as such, right? The step down, and then we look for that next leg. If we start to hold here, and then we pop, and then recover our 20s, and then look up, we'll probably make new high in day, I would assume, something like that. So really need to see this offer get below this 200, 210. Or these guys are just going to continue to show as being absorbed, and we're just going to trap them into this 200, and it's going to wreck everyone. Looking below now. Russell retesting our edge. See if we find a bounce here. Should get a slight bounce on Russell on our break of structure retest. And then we'll watch for like a lower high and then a continuation down if it's going to do anything.
New 15s. Turn of half hour. No shifts.
Canada's Prime Minister Carney spoke with Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba. Carney says Ishiba talked about deepening trade and defense and commercial ties.
What's up, man?
Busy. Yeah, we're just holding this news low right now and absorbing pretty well. If we fall through, I mean, we get a pretty violent like down, but if this maintains and we get back over and starts showing like a supportive hold of our 30-35 area, should push for highs pretty quickly. So really just paying attention to these two pivots here. Right, we can see them taking in size here from our news low where these buyers really stepped in and showed this push up. And all I'm waiting for now is just like, is the value shifting, right? Are we now able to just hold the bottom of balance here? And when we do hold this, when we step down, we should then do a reversion. But again, like if this steps up and we start to show interest above, we should get something like this pretty quickly. And it's probably going to look more so like this. So like bid steps in, and then we get a rotation, and then we get continuation like that. Probably something like that. And that should push to new highs. But as long as this ledge is holding, I don't really see a move. Especially if Russell just rejects here again, which was where we took our original short, was off of this. If this holds, and then we rotate back down, I just don't see it. I'm just holding runners with a 5150 average. Stops sitting at 38.
Like one good Friday last week, and now we're just right back to it.
Oops.
According to Logic, Canada provides IBM another 210 Canadian million dollars financing to expand.
Canadian $1 million. What's that, like 2 pesos? High maple syrup. Oh, where's XY when we need him? I have an absolute insane amount of surplus to maple syrup right now. It's too much. It's crazy.
Why?
My dad did like 100 gallons this year, and then Abby's dad got into doing it this year too. So like, we just have so much.
100 gallons of maple syrup?
Yeah, he's got a big
Jesus.
operation going now.
Uh-huh.
Vermont? Yeah. But I don't live in Vermont. Get some high quality central Minnesota maple syrup.
Dapper sounds echoey. I don't know. Sounds fine to me. Is it a stream issue? I don't really know. This is where we watch to see if we flip. This is Russell into our pivot and NQ into our 30, 35 area. See if our offer sticks here or if we flip it. RTY shows interest above our balance here and above our pivot and above our bottom of balance here on NQ. I think that's it for the trade. So we'll see what happens here. We want to see pretty clear rejections at this 30-35 area. And then push back down with Russell also showing weakness and a loss of momentum. Without it, I think it's kind of done short term. We do this upper balance rotation then. I think we're really counting on Russell lost Momo here.
Apple teams up with Anthropic on AI platform to write software. Apple and Anthropic partnership to be part of new version of Xcode. An Anthropic system will write, edit, and test code with AI. Apple to use software internally. Still mulling public rollout.
My stop's still sitting just at 38. See if we get tagged or not. Watching our Russell into our pivot. I wonder why. Literally nothing has changed. Mario, can you try speaking?
Hello.
Again?
Hello.
Better? I didn't change anything. Maybe you guys are hearing him through my headphones. Let me move my mic away from my face. I have open back headphones, so it's very possible that you're hearing him a little bit. The only difference when you guys said it was better is that Mario was a bit quieter. So I'm thinking it's probably my headphones that you guys were just hearing. I have to have him incredibly loud for you guys to hear. So it would make sense.
Interesting.
He's basically screaming in my ear always. And then you guys are like, he's still too quiet, and I'm like all I hear is him.
Sig like wakes up in cold sweats with just my voice. Good morning.
Is it better now?
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump and Mexico shame-bomb spar over drug cartels, according to sources.
Are you guys still
And
hearing an
Trump
echo?
is pressuring Mexico to allow deeper U.S. military involvement to fight cartels, again according to sources.
Was there echo there or no? Okay, so I think it was just my headphones. Back down to bottom of range. I'm going to take off a little risk here and then just leave runners. I added there into 30, 35. Didn't get stopped at 38. My average is now 27 though, so a little uncomfy, but I'm just going to keep it at 38. For those that aren't in Discord and can't see what I've been looking at, this has been our logic. Right, so let me line it up so that these levels are the same. Yeah, there we go. Right, so our pathing and our look was basically this absorption that we saw into these highs, our look back down, and then the play of just looking for our offer to be sitting here on the failure, right? A shift of value from these buyers to then these sellers on this entry back into our balance. And then we took our first profits on our look into our 20, which was our low of balance. And then we looked to see if we could then hold these runners here at our 30, 38, right? So let me move that over so you can see that. That was just my invalidation here. Stop hasn't shifted. Just 38's been sitting. And then just playing down into our news bottom at this 200, 210, where we saw those bids step in for this move up, right? We got this wick low into those. So playing off of that and those delta bubbles that are present there. And then just taking profit into it, right? So it's just the re-entry into our balance, playing the offer here. And our bottom of balance here was our 20. And then my invalidation was this 30, 38. So just risking off into that and then playing this range down. I then added here, didn't get stopped into 38s. And
Just to bear in
then just
mind,
took profit off.
Wall Street Journal is saying that the discussion between Trump and
And
Shane
now just waiting to see if we get our breakdown for the 70.
happened on April 16th.
It's just balance trading. We know how to trade through balance. Just have to be patient. It's not exciting trading, but it's very clear if you actually let it be. And let me show what the footprint looked like at the time as well. I posted that in Discord, but YouTube enjoyers, for you? How did we develop these levels? What did we see? Well, we see that this guy is getting absorbed into the 60, right, into this. So as soon as we step back down, I'm just watching this bid that's present here at this 30 to 20, right, from this low. It was just inside candling. So we got this look above these highs, which I liked to see an excess kind of form. And then we were looking for rotations back down into this basing, into these lows. And then it's just the classic, which is we have a catalyst now with these guys that are highs above our top, right? So we have a look over, a look back in, a rotation through, right? Which is what we care about. And then we see our offer stepping down, and that leads to our next leg down. And then it's just playing back into these deltas here from, again, our news candle at this 200. And then we're just seeing dollars getting absorbed down here into these lows. So it's just a rotation between these 2 points right now. These people auctioning here at this 30, and these guys auctioning here at this 195, 200. And if we ever step below, I'm going to want to see a very clear showing of our selling deltas, like here, right? Where we absorb bids on the look below, and then we rotate through. And then I'd be looking for just a rotation down into this like 170 area if it was going to happen. If it doesn't happen, it is what it is, right? We step back over this guy. And so let's say like this seller continues to get absorbed. As soon as we pop back over this and show an active bid stepping in, we should rotate up into these highs and then retest this value edge. And because there's so many people that are punished from down here, we should take out said high because we have a catalyst below. Right, so that's the logic, is that that should then pop and continue. Are there questions about this idea of like just trading between two auctions, this lower auction, this upper auction? Any questions? Do we see these two auctions? Do we see it on price and on our profile? Are you able to visually separate them yourselves? Very important that you can see them. Bueller?
I understand.
Oh, thank you, Dapper. Thanks. Glad someone does. You talking about footprint chart, Odie? You think everyone fell asleep? Unlucky. I don't use tick-based fib footprint, but I have it on a 15-minute. And then if you're looking for my why, are you asking like what my delta values are? Like why only specific ones are showing up? Always count on you, Adrian. My man. Are you in the Discord, Odie? I've got a full breakdown on how to set up my footprint. See if they take me out this time. Taken. See if we can flip this. Russell retesting our pivot high. Yes, holding higher low. We're looking for 3038 to show supportive. And then rotate up, if anything. Just following this logic. Russell's got to get out of this. We're holding where we need to on NQ, but it's a bit slower than I was anticipating. I'm looking to take off my first risk into like 47 to 50 if we're able to continue to maintain here. If we start to step down below 30s and hold with Russell failing to break out, then we can trap here again. But again, so far everything looks okay. Filled half into 47, leaving runners now. With how we're trading, we have two options, in my opinion. We have, this is our upper balance where we took our original short, right? Our 50 to 60. So from this rotation, we either see an immediate sweep through and then a hold of our in bid of like 55, 60 from a look above that leads to new highs. Or we're going to have to do one of these, which is offers still sitting here at our 50 to 60. And we're going to have to retest this and we look for a bid here. And then we do the secondary move if we're going to go up. This is pretty likely if we haven't seen a value shift and we don't see a incredibly active bid step over. Again, this is why we've taken off some risk into this 47 to 50 edge, just because we know this is the top of our balance here from this this upper push. So for a secondary leg, we really want to see Russell break over this pivot and show interest above. Because if this holds as resistance, we have like a lot of room down potentially. So I'd like to see a pretty active bid now step in here, hold this entry back into value, and then a rotation up off of that. Right, because like if nothing changes, then this is just going to be a short again, and then this will be an offer, and then we rotate this range again. And then there's no shift. So for anything to change, we want to see a very clear hold here, and we want to see Russell break out, right? Because this was our breakdown for RTY that led to us being able to get in a short. So if this can now hold and show interest above, I will feel much more inclined to believe that we go up. And we're maintaining our higher lows, which is nice. Loss of momentum, though, and a break of the structure is going to be a bit rough for the NQ idea of a long. All good, Izzy. I'm just glad you finally listened. That's the makes it all worth it. Makes it all worth it. Risking off a little bit more here. Again, just our edge. Love to see us flip over, but we got to show interest above 60s. Russell pushing our pivot. Looks good. Leaving runners. I mean, I'm going over how I create zones as I draw them, man. But we can do a bit more. But you just need to listen. It just takes time. It's going to be there's multiple steps of like why and the reasoning and the logic behind it, right? So like you have to know the foundational information first before you can really like take it in, and then it's just like watching them play out. I know you want like a super simple answer that just like makes you money instantly, which I mean you can just follow the stream for that. But if you want to like actually learn the intention and everything else, like it's just going to require screen time and you taking in what I'm saying and then following through on it. There's not an easy answer. I wish there was, but yeah, I mean, if you remind me or if you ask questions of like, why am I drawing something at any given point, I will immediately answer you.
Green, have you checked out the past lessons as well? You looked at the premium lesson link drop down in the Discord?
But we just went over my zones and why they were created based off of the footprint chart. Here's I'll screenshot it again. But like these are the three main zones. It's just where large action was taking place with order flow. But I'm really not trying to like be a dick. It's just really like it's one of those things where it's just going to take time and it's going to take you actively participating and asking questions because I don't know where you're at in your trading career and with what information you already have inside your brain. And so without a baseline, it's going to be kind of a waste of time for me to try to explain things without knowing where you currently stand, right? So like you actively asking a few questions is going to give me a better understanding of where your baseline is so that I can then teach you. But without it, I mean, anything that I say might just not compute, right? I need to know where you are and what you know already. Once we have that, I'm more than happy to work with you if what I'm saying isn't making sense. So just actively ask questions and then we'll figure out where you're currently at. Does that make sense, man? let me help you, but you have to show me where you're at. My issue has been I have good scalp strategies, but the foundation and fundamentals as to why they work, you don't get. Okay. So you just want like a deeper understanding of why things are playing? Is it just bothering you that you're making money? I'm trying to. So you want like sound reasoning around why strategies are working and not just like accepting that they are working so that you know when things are invalidating or like when to spot different scenarios. Is that you want like a deeper understanding around your areas? I just like let me know when I'm wrong. I'm trying to make assumptions based off of what you're saying to understand. So you have working strategies, but you don't know why they're working. That's what I took from that. And you want to know why. Yeah, true. No, I totally get where you're coming from. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I totally understand wanting to know why. Hey Sig, are you making your commentary today for newbies, meaning dumbing it down today? Because today is the first time I was able to follow your commentary. It used to sound like we go up or down. What? Guys, like my commentary is gonna be based off of the questions you guys ask. So like I'm gonna be under the impression that if no one's asking questions, that we're all following the same logic, right? But if you ask questions, I will answer honestly as soon as I have it, right? So if today feels better, that's just because questions were being asked, right? So just ask more questions and I will always answer them and we can get through it. But it also could just be that you're learning, Odin. You know? The more streams you watch, the more you have a better understanding of what we're talking about. Later, Izzy. My idea of market structure is not fully intact, yes, but I could also keep out of a bad trade, whatever. Yeah, no, I totally get you, Green. So, do you journal, Green? Like, do you go back and look at your trades at all? Offer holding pretty well here. I might get stopped. We'll see. This is my my current setup of our positioning. Right, we closed out our shorts into this. We got stopped out over 38. I immediately flipped bid, stopped below our 30s, and then played it up into our top of balance here with the flip over. And now I'm just holding runners with my stop at 38, which I need to adjust. I want to just, as long as this is holding, I'm not too worried about it, and then we can look up. But if this lower high holds and maintains here, we rotate down, we might put in another lower high and then look through for this rotation, right? Trapping these guys up here. So just keep that in mind. We want to see this like 30, 38 continue to maintain. If this doesn't, and we flip back below and then offer, it could be a rotation for this last leg down, right? So I want to see us show this bid pretty clearly here. or the trade's kind of just invalidated, where we failed at the top of our balance and value failed to shift, and then we just rotate back into our lower auction. Yeah. All right, so people always DM me, and we have some very experienced traders that still DM me questions over the weekend and are like, "I'm struggling. I made money." This is the general sentiment I hear in my DMs. I made money, but I'm not happy. I made money, but I'm still losing too many trades. I'm still taking too many paper cuts. And I say, "Okay, let's see your journal." And they say, what journal? I didn't even screenshot my trades. So like if you want me to help you understand how to get better, we need to see that you're recording, and I need to see your trades that you're taking and the sentiment and reason why you're taking them. If you're not even doing that, it's going to be very hard for me to help you because you don't even know why you're doing what you're doing, right? So like we can't break down anything. Here, let me I will read out a DM without saying the name. Hey man, I had a big day today on the funded, up 2.3K today, and I took good trades, but I'm still struggling with taking just dog shit trades. Literally most of my losses is because of paper cuts. And then I said, "Can you possibly show me a screenshot of your trades for the day? And then I asked, "Are you journaling or no?" And they say, "I am not. I know I should be." And then I'd say, "All good. I was just going to ask you to send me that as well, but honestly, that is how you should approach me. Just screenshot your journal so we can look at what you need to do, work on together. Instead, we basically have to do step one together." So like, again, if you aren't doing the bare minimum, it's going to be very hard for me to help because like you're not recording, you're not doing any of the work on your end to even identify the problems, right? But as soon as we are able to show everything, even just a recording of the trades you took for that day, we can look at that together and then we can go over it. But like you should be doing that. That's the only way you're going to get better is by reviewing. It's going to be your progress is going to go down so much because you're going to continue to make the same mistakes repeatedly. As soon as you can identify the issue, then we can actually work on it. But if you are not journaling, you're not recording, you're not even taking screenshots of the trades that you're taking, right? You will learn. It's just going to take an extra year because you're going to be learning by failing repeatedly instead of just reviewing. But yeah, please, if you ever come to me in DMs, like at least show me like trades with lines on, and then like we can go over it of like why you took each one. But like I don't know how I'm supposed to help with a question like that where it's like, hey, I made money, but I'm also taking dog shit trades, and also I don't have even a screenshot of the trades that I took. How can you help me? Like what do I do with that information? Not as much as I should, but I should go over my trades in the day. Yeah, you definitely need to. And like again, like market structure, we have so many classes already covering market structure, man. But if you have questions, you can ask me. But I would highly recommend you go through the literal classes going over market structure and our thoughts on it, because I think it is. You need to have the basics. Like this is what you should watch this weekend, and then we can after this weekend, come to me with questions. I want you to go over the volume profile classes. Mario, what else should he go over?
The volume profile, I think we'll do most of it because
Yeah.
that's going to teach you like how to draw ranges, how to look at structure effectively.
Yeah, I think
Which are, I think, the main things that I'm getting from these questions as well that you want to work on. Because once you have a structural fundamental in terms of volume profile, then like order flow stuff makes more sense because it's the same information, it's just displayed in a different way.
yeah, go over the volume profile class and then go straight to the playbooking classes, I think.
Yes.
And then between those two, if you have questions, we then talk about it. Those are the two things that I want you to look at, and then I will fully break down every single thing that I have to say. But I need you to have like basic fundamentals of what we're talking about. So go through those two sections, and then you should have a way better understanding of how we're drawing zones, why we're looking at areas. Because I trade my entire perception of the market is I treat everything basically as either trend or a D profile. Like that's how I break everything down basically. So it's like either I'm trading a daily profile and I'm trading value to value, or I'm creating my own D profile by chopping down or by highlighting a like micro balance, right? Like a smaller auction that's taking place. Like all that this is I've basically just made a profile, right? And we're trading our value edges. So we created two separate auctions, and I'm trading it like this is two auctions. And we're either holding our value edges or we're rotating into an auction below, right? So like if we treat everything as basically an auction high and low, and we're looking for an excess at our edges or a rotation through, right? Like I now have areas of interest that I'm willing to trade. So the volume profile class will really help you. And what I just said is it will make a lot more sense. But I basically just create these zones as areas of where I'm calling this discount and this premium, right? Or I'm calling this buyer value, this seller value. And until we flip it, I will be treating this as a reversion or a balance in between these two zones. And as soon as we do flip it, I'm immediately looking for a bid, and then I'm looking for a rotation up to our next area, right? Because like the market moves in auctions. There are areas where once we flip, I in my head perceive that we will then trade up to the next area of value, right? Like if like I don't even know how to like talk about this stuff with it because I don't know where you're at. We know that there was a seller up here, right? And we know that there was a buyer here. So I am considering when we pierce back through or we look back above this level that this is now our seller again, right? If this is now our bid, I'm assuming that this seller is still in the same position. This is an agreement between a buyer and seller where we chopped in between. So on a recovery from a look below, I'm now considering that this is the bottom for our short term, and that this is where people are going to try to rotate price up towards. When we're below it, I have to know where our last buyer was and where our last seller was, right? So this is then our auction where I expect buyers to show value down here and sellers to show value here. And so I'm looking for rotations up to this pivot or this auction high because there is an agreement between buyers and sellers. The market rotates in between, and that creates our D profile, right? Our value high and our value low. And when we see a shift of our value where our value high or our top of balance flips to supportive, I then look for that rotation up, just like I would on a volume profile, right? We either trade within our value structure between value high and value low, or we show a very clear interest above our value, and then we'll rotate and go for expansion. So like that's how I view the entirety of the market. It's just like balance to balance. So if we can identify like where these buyers and sellers are based off of footprint, that gives us our edges, and then we can create strategies to trade around said edges, right? And the market is in balance far more often than it is in trend, right? In motion. So like in a market in motion.
Natural gas June futures settling at around $3.63. NYMEX
Let this guy
WTI
talk.
crude June futures settle at $58.29 a barrel, down 95 cents or 1.6%.
And like a market,
June
my
futures
god,
settle at around $2.01 a gallon, and NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $1.99 a gallon.
are you done? And like a trending market is super easy to play. Like our indicators do all the work for you. Like we just buy the pullbacks and like that's that. Like we just start, oh, we're going up, we buy anchor view up, we continue higher. Like great. Amazing. But like the balanced areas, like understanding how to trade balance is I think like the best thing. Identify and trade balance is like once you understand how to do that, you're kind of just set for all market conditions because the trending markets are easy. But you need to be able to identify when we're in a balance so that you can avoid the balance strategies and then only trade trend, right? Like the first step is being able to identify the market type that you're in. And then you should have a strategy to trade both a balance market and a trending market. But like the first step is to be able to identify which kind of market we're trading in at any point. And the volume profile classes will help you with that quite a bit. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. Jordan, my bad, man. Here's where I'm at. What's your sentiment with Delta puking all day, aside from the 6,000 contracts, 6,000 contract 1 minute candle? I don't know. A 6,000 contract 1 minute candle. Are you talking about on ES? Where is that? Are you talking about the 4,000 contracts that were traded at 56.85? I don't see a 6,000 contract candle. And I also don't trade ES very often, so I wasn't looking at that. I'm trying to find the 6K contracts. I don't see it. I see a shitload of contracts down at 5,685. If that's what you're referring to. Do you see it, Mario? I don't.
No, it might be a time frame thing. Or just weird data. You got a glitch, man.
Yeah, I don't see a 1 minute candle with 6K contracts on it. You could give me a little bit more information, we can talk on it. But I also don't see Delta puking. Like we're positive net delta on the day. Our day cumulative delta is positive, not negative. Hopefully you're still here. Sorry, I didn't see that question until right now. All right, so we held where we needed to. We did the rotation that we thought we would, which is we failed into our highs. We then rotated back down to where our pivot is, right? Our 38s, and we immediately bounced. Why can we expect this action? Well, because we broke back in, we rotated to our auction high, and then we retested our auction low, right? Which is what we thought we would do. It's just a balance play. Failure at the highs, after recovering, I'm just looking for us to then find relief back at our lows, and then ideally we now take out highs and are able to squeeze off of this. Just like our pathing is showing, right? Which is why we didn't move our stop. We just let it play. Let's see if we can now push and hold. We really want to show interest above this 60 if we're going to continue higher. And I really want to highlight, again, based off of footprint, what we're seeing here is exactly what we thought we would. Right? We have our recovery of our 30 here, and we can see those deltas, and then we can see the higher low here. And now we're getting the pop, and we're looking for this squeeze over the 60s. What happens as soon as we get over our 60s, guys? Holy shit. Right, we have a catalyst now below that's allowing us to break highs after the hold of this and recovery of this balance. Now let's see if we can bid here and maintain. If we can, then we keep going. I should have added more on retest to that 38, but I was too busy yapping.
Big yapper.
I'd like to see 290. We might need to retest this edge, though. This is RTY into value high. I could see ES needing to retest value as well. Go up to our like reversion zone off PVZ on ES off of that. So maybe something like this where we need to flag this out and then pop for that. That'll probably happen unless something crazy shifts. Probably need to retest this like 60-65 on NQ. If we don't just see like a great sweep here. See if we can find like a bid in this. Nothing to be concerned about yet. Just thinking we might need a retest breakout. And then we trade into like 290 if we can hold. Testing into it now. Excuse me. Watch for Russell to find a bottom here into our halfway back into 33s as ES retests our value edge and then Q comes back into this liquidity. Not enough information up here for me yet. We can hold 50s and then pop back over 65. I'll probably enter. If this flips, then we probably play it back down with this guy offsides. Watching for this. $50 till the 15s. Again, gotta show interest above this like 65, 70 and bid with Russell finding a low for upside, or rotation back down to our bottom of balance makes more sense. So let's see if we can build up here. Expect your offer to be sitting at this like 65, 70 if we're gonna hold for a lower high, right? Just like this should be simple to see, just lower highs. This is where our offer was last. I want to see us recover that, and I need to see Russell find this low. That'll give us an incentive to push. Without it, this just becomes your offer, and then we look for this pivot to become resistance for rotations back through. New 15s have opened. Russell still falling. NQ65 holding offer. Still waiting. This is a great first risk off if you are short off of 60-65. We watch for a leaf bounce here and then a lower high. Next target is into 230, 238. We should get a secondary entry if this is going to go sell. Watch for a bounce into 30-38, and then we look for our lower high. And then this becomes our short off of the failure here. Russell's still falling, no catalyst for upside yet. Into our bottom of balance. This 30 is huge. If we show zero interest here, something's happening, we're going to get news. Nothing yet. Saw full oscillation on RTY. I'm not in this. Until I know why, I won't take it. Should expect relief here and do our 210, and then we'll look for a reoffer into 30, 38. If that offers, then we can look for a lower. If I don't see that happen, I'm still not playing this candle. I don't know. This is just our lower auction, so looking for offer here, same as before, and then a rotation down or a recovery of this edge in bid. What's up, Amardo? Welcome. Back to our huge pivot here. We show interest below. We can play it down to 170. Bid should be present here at 200, 210. Your most bearish offer is this retest of these deltas here at 17. Watching our Russell bottom of range retest. Again, still not in this trade. We don't like this. Watching for an offer here into our 20. We just basically did a full balance rotation in a single candle with no news.
Brent crude futures settle at $61.29 a barrel, down 84 cents or 1.35%.
This is offer. You need to see a very clear secondary buyer step in here at 10s. It stepped in at 10. See if we can rotate up to our 3038. Russell testing our pivot here.
We are so back, he says. Feels like we're an hour past close. This is kind of crazy. Maybe that's just me.
All right. This is our test. Got our hold again off of our news candle low buy at that 200, 210. We are looking to test into our 3038. This is the same trade from earlier today. We watch to see our interaction here. We step back up. We retrace a lot of this. If this holds, then we can look for one more rotation down. ES held our pivot as well. No change. Watch our offer back up into like 18 to 20. And it's a little bit lower. 17. Bid has to step below 20s, I think, for anything real, sell side wise. Actually, it's 18, not 20. Step back over 38s, then again, it's probably just a rotation up. Same as before. Let me shift this pivot a bit. So from here, I need to see us show like an offer below that. That should lead to down. Or we should expect bid to be resting here, and then we look up. So this is a great first risk off if you are shorting off of 3038 at our 18. And now on this look below, expect another bid to be here, and then I'd like to see the offer actually hold this edge at 18s on retest if we're going to keep going down. We basically want them to see see buyers start to get absorbed as we retest into this like 18 to 20 for secondary leg down. Without them here, it's just going to be a continued balance. We're testing now, 20s. See if they can flip it or not. Upside's looking very likely with the hold of our bottom of balance and then no lower offer. So we'll just balance, two-sided trading, no change. Just waiting on Russell to find its low. If it holds a higher low, upside pretty likely. If it doesn't and we reject here, downside on a push through. Again, only looking for this next leg down. It's just going to continue to remain balanced between these two until I see this shift from our hold of this high and then the look into this node. And then I want to see this start to really accelerate down off of this failure here at this like 18 to 20. If that doesn't happen, then just expect bids to be present here, sellers to be present here until we see some sort of shift over. I'm thinking if Russell holds this, upside feels pretty likely for rotations up to POC. If this fails to and takes out these lows, then acceleration down to like 170 with a break of our 200, 210 feels good. Losing my voice. Trying to keep these as clean as possible while still showing exactly what you need to see. This is your first risk off. It's the same as before. Bottom of balance. We need to see this secondary offer for me to care for a continuation move. But as long as you're respecting our edges, these trades are free. Do we see how the offer is attempting to lower here? I don't know if they win, but there's definitely a battle here on this look below. We need to see that push below 200s and actual willingness. All right, and there's your move. Yeah, we get it. You guys asleep? What's up?
Everyone is passed out.
Retesting our edge here. See if offer holds. My stop is above 20s. If this recovers, then we can just rotate this with these guys being offsides from our target at 180, 170. We just hit reversion target, right? That was it. So now it's just a matter of can offer maintain here and get back below for a continuation down, or do we flip this edge again, go supportive, and then rotate through? These guys will act as a catalyst. We'll look for a bid and then a rotation up like that. If it goes bullish.
US natural gas futures extend gains. Prices up 5% in post-settlement trade on lower output and higher demand forecast.
You want this buyer to be back at 200s if we're going to go up. Looking back below, then continuation, pretty likely, on a reoffer. I'm still in my short from our stop at 20s, I said, but if we find a bid here, I most likely get stopped off of a hold and then a pop for this rotation up. I'll look to play this secondary move regardless after I get stopped and then play it up, or we look for the offer and then the continuation down. Really solid reoffer of our 200 on flip. You want to see the lows taken here.
You want to see, if we take it, Kolsky, you want to see us trade to like 92s, 90s, like into the middle of that node below. if we don't, we just have to assume we're going to continue upper balance.
One minute till new 15s. $20. Russell fails to break down. I don't know if we get the last leg. This is kind of just balance here. It's getting a little heavy in this like 180, 190. See if RTY can put in a lower high. Like offer this edge and then break below. And then let's see if this edge can maintain the push down. That's all I'm going to be watching for. As long as like our POC here at 205 holds, I don't see an invalidation really. This is POC a previous candle, 205. See if they offer this, or if Russell can breach, retesting our highs here. Yeah, it's, I don't know about casual, but it is very, very present. I'm tagged there. Stopped out my runners. See if we can flip it. I won't enter until retest. Russell leading. Again, I'm flat. I'm just waiting. I expect this 200, 210 to hold if buy side is serious here, and then we rotate up to like 30, 38. I expect sell side to be sitting there, and then I'll look for a secondary buy here or here for entry, personally. I don't think there's anything wrong with attempting this edge. I just think it's a little premature. Right, I'm looking for something like this. Here, let me delete this previous picture. This one's cleaner. Should be your first risk off if you did play the 20 to 10. Watch for an offer here, or a flip over our 38s for continuation without the need for retest. I'd expect some selling to occur, and then we retest to see if this bid's actually here at the bottom of balance. But again, like we can easily just squeeze through, and then we'll look for the hold and recovery over 38. The bid holding 18s is fine, but we got to step over 38 off of this, or I still expect the rotation down into 10s. I'd like to see this happen very quickly if this 18 bid's gonna continue to maintain, and then step back into our the second leg.
According to CNBC, Nike and Adidas and others asked Trump for tariff exemption. The CNBC cites April 29th letter from Trade Group to the White House.
Forty seconds. Two 15s have opened, no change in our balance. This is our lower edge where we need to see bids step in off of the failure at 30s. We watch to see if they can hold or if we flip. This is just exhaustive from at the top at 30. Failure at 18, rotation now into our low. See if they can find it. Needs to be immediately bought. This is a great first risk off if you were playing off of the 30-38 high. See if the bids can absorb here. Pop back over 18s, or if this is going to be your leg down. Russell leading here. There's no shift in balance. Inside candle. Got these people absorbing here, we've got these people absorbing here, and you're stuck in between. I'm watching our 15 to 20, just like last time. See if offer holds there or if it flips. Is the same idea as this downside leg from the look below. Doing so well, doing well so far. From our look below and then the look above. Just need to get out of here, man. Oh my god.
And we have posted out the article from CNBC. Again, Nike, Adidas, and others asked Trump for tariff exemption, according to CNBC.
Potential for kind of interesting 3 bars on ES. I guess NQ RTY don't have them to these last 15s.
$30 seconds till new 15s, 5 minutes till MOC. We're so stuck.
First Friday of the month. I don't know. That's my cope.
You just have to be so careful here. If you're short, this is a good risk off or move stops down. If you're short from 30 or the rejection of our 20s. We just have been absorbing a lot down here. We just short to show interest below 180, 170. We have legs, but we need to show it or just expect the same participants to be here. You're basically just sandwiched between these guys here and these guys here. Bid sitting at 180. Offer has to be so serious here for it to be meaningful. That was good. Into our 70. See if we can flip this. 1 minute till MOC.
1 minute to go now to get the market on close imbalance data.
It's a good risk off if you're playing off the 70 into 50s. You don't want to hold into MOC.
According to the Wall Street Journal, citing sources, Federal Reserve has delayed delivering secret ratings to nation's biggest banks. Incoming Vice Chair Bowman is seeking to review bank ratings. Again, according to sources. 10 seconds to the mock.
The mock.
Guys getting fancy calling it the mock now.
This is right into our liquidity here. We can hold this 80 on flip.
Market on close
Could be a
imbalance.
pretty solid
S&P
bid.
500 buy side 2.4 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.2 billion. Dow 30 buy side 750 million. And Mag 7 buy side 680 million.
We're going to see a
So
very
taking a look at
active
the article in
bid,
a bit more
180,
detail there.
190.
So Federal Reserve's incoming top banking cop is seeking to review the confidential ratings for the health of large banks after criticizing the fact that 2/3 of the biggest institutions were deemed unsatisfactory last year. Bowman, who was nominated by Trump for vice chair of supervision at the Fed, has been expected to bring a lighter hand to bank regulation if she's approved by the Senate for the job. In a February speech, she questioned the Fed's recent supervisory ratings, saying there was an odd mismatch between the central bank's view of the financial condition of the largest banks and the unsatisfactory ratings it gave many of them last year. So just a reminder, the Fed hasn't yet released new supervisory ratings for US bank holding companies with $100 billion or more in assets, according to people familiar with the matter, even though it typically shares the ratings privately by the end of March. The Fed is planning to wait until Bowman is confirmed by the Senate for her new role, according to what some of the people said.
At 1 here. Did 205, 210.
What a wick.
This is a great secondary risk off into 215. Potential to rotate the full range back up to 30s here. Probably all for me. There could potentially be something interesting here if 180, 190 goes offer for the full candle retrace, but not incredibly interested in it.
That's 5 minutes after a balanced Friday. It is what it is.
Like if this offers here, I could see this definitely going down, but I don't like it. Too iffy for me. This is how I played this off of on NQ. On initial reaction before MOC, the loss of our 170, this look down into our 150, and then I closed into 150 for MOC before volatility stepped back in, and then once we saw this recovery of our 80, I then was said on voice looking for a bid at 180, 190. As long as that's holding, should be able to play that up, and then played that up into 210, 215. cleaning up levels for Monday.
There is the bell. What an afternoon. I said this way earlier in the day, but Tesla did end up just nuking after looking above 290 there, the last month high. What are you gonna do? Big day, says Ty. That's good. Alright, friends. Well, enjoy your weekend. Hope everyone has something fun to do. Get outside. Any final things, anyone? Not, I'm gonna boogie. Guess you know. Seem pretty kind of tired and out of it. Surf is so tired, man. He is cooked. Good night, Ty. Alright, goodbye, everybody.
So for the week, the S&P 500 gained 2.92%, the Nasdaq rose 3.42%, and the Dow climbed 3%.
Any questions before I dip? What do you mean, how do I play it? Do you just wait for market to retest and retest it? Absorption isn't a trigger for me. When you ask me something like that, it makes me feel like you don't listen to me at all. I don't mean that in like, it's like I talk about every single thing that I'm looking at, right? So like, what are we looking for in absorption? How do we play it? What do we always say? It's our catalyst for a potential reversal, right? Absorption isn't anything. It's just two-sided trading into a zone, right? It's where we're transacting and we're figuring out which way we're gonna head. We're filling in orders up here, right? But what can we do with that information once we see us pull away from that level?
Session of gains, matching winning streak from November 2004. The Dow also posts 9th straight session of gains, matching winning streak from December 2023.
Right, so like the way that I play absorption is I just look, I'm going to draw the same chart that I always draw. But we can go over it real quick. We have excess on either edge. We can call that absorption, call it whatever you want. But we have people who are outside of the norm of value. Right, so we have a balance that's represented by these two lines, and those create a standard distribution that looks something like this, right? We have a balanced profile, and we have value into our edges. So the people who are above and below our tails in our distribution looks more like this, right? We have tails where we have two options, right? Where we can see them pushing into these areas, and that'll look something. Let me bring this up on footprint. It's too large. GG's. Okay. See if this is better. There we go. Right, so we can identify some areas like we did earlier today where I identify an area like this where we trade into it. Like this to me is buyers getting absorbed, right? As we're pushing in, orders are getting filled and we're holding this. So like this is an area that I would mark and be like, okay, what are we going to do once we pull away from this? Or what are we going to do as we push down into something like this? Or what are we doing up here? What am I looking for? I'm looking for like a primary reaction where we're seeing if this bid can is going to continue to be taken, and if we pull away from it, I'm going to be looking for sell side to then step down and then offer it like a lower spot, right? So once I start to see this, we're either going to like get a very clear move above and hold, or I'm going to be looking for this to now hold as our offer, basically. So when I see something like that, all I'm watching for is a breakdown and then like a continuation back down to our value low. So I don't play initial moves of absorption. I never do. I don't think that they're great. But what I do is mark them, because I think that the retests of these kind of areas are really easy to play off of. But it's just looking for an excess and then looking for our offer to shift or our bid to shift above or below. Like this area here was this buyer that was getting was absorbing these sellers, and then we had this seller who was absorbing buyers up here, and that created that end of day range that we were trading in. And it's like there's not really a great move until we see a push above or below. But once we see a break of these lows, like this is that 180 into end of day, we get these huge moves down, right? Like this is playable to me for a momentum play. As soon as we start to see that rejection, so I'll either use them as like a momentum catalyst of like where I'm looking for interactions to occur, or I'll use them as like our major pivots. So like, again, we knew that this area here was where our bid was resting. And this is like the bottom of our balance where value is being found for these rotations up. But as soon as we lose this 180, 170, like I'm selling. I'm going down. I'm playing it down because like if this guy is no longer willing to absorb and we're now seeing the offer move down like we did here, this to me is like super aggressive on the sell. Do we see this? So like again, we saw this guy absorbing. We've marked him. We see this rotation up. We see then the bid getting absorbed here over and over and over again up into this 15 to 20. We see the offer move down a bit. What happens here, Ty, on this next candle from this absorption that occurred into our highs? What am I looking for based off of understanding that this is where this guy's resting, but we're seeing our offer lowering, right? We're seeing that absorption happening from a lower point. So we had it here, and then it moved down to here. And what does it mean now at our lower edge if sell side is now putting more pressure here? And what happens if we break below this point? Yeah, the seller's stepping down, right? So if we know that this guy above is offsides, that's our catalyst. And we know if this buyer dips out, we're going to free fall very quickly until we find our next area of value, right? Because if this guy no longer wants to buy at this price and take in all these lots, and we know our seller is willing to push price down, push price down, push price down, right? If this guy steps out of the way, we're going to free fall until we find an active bid that's willing to hold. So I'm now looking for a very clear acceleration below this level for rotations down into our next area of interest. So like the way that I play it is literally that. Right, so like copy. The way that I played it was exactly that, which is like we know where that guy is who's resting, and as soon as we push below this sell, right, I'm looking to play with them to the downside. This is our 180. This is our 170, right? So what did I do as soon as I saw acceleration through? Right, I see that offer stepping down. I'm with them. Stops above. I'll try it. And then I'm playing into our next area of value, the 150. Right, because if they're no longer present here and I see that offer aggressively pushing down, I'm more than willing to have 10 points of risk for an acceleration trade. I would have stayed in this if this wasn't MOC, but I close out into MOC into the first liquidity that I see present. Once I see that pop back over our pivot, what do I care about? If I'm trading off of this 180 to 170 and I see us look over where I took my initial short, what am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for the higher low and for liquidity to now be present here, right? So I'm more than willing now, if after the news candle, right, we then bid, I'm now willing to play off of this because we've recovered, because we know that these guys are now offsides below. Anyone who is still in this position, everyone who is positioned here has squeeze potential, right? I'm looking for them to be offsides, and I'm looking to play back up into the value that was found up here. Why do I care about risking off into this 5 to 15? What was here the last time we approached? Why did I say that was a good risk off? Yeah, exactly. There was absorption there. So we know that this is where sell side value is from our last shift, right? So I want to be risking off into that, but I want to be playing against the guys who tried to short news, right? So I got out of my position because I care about money, but we still make money here. But once we see that these guys, the bid is stepping back up with news on MOC, I'm more than happy to play with this right back up to where that absorption played last. So the way that I play absorption is like, as soon as I start to see, I'm just waiting for someone to basically get off sides, and then I'm using them as where I'm taking profit and where when we step above or below, I'm using that as basically a signal that that participant is no longer present and that value is shifting to a previous area value, right? Like If they're no longer willing to sell there and take in lots, then I'm making the assumption that we will go back to the previous auction, right? So I'm using then that block of absorption that I saw as basically my risk when we step above, and like I'll stay in that trade as long as that's maintaining. But if I see that participant, like if we saw this one, this guy come back in, and this didn't hold, right? And we broke below this level and started to see sell side again, like I would invalidate. But as soon as we start to see the opposite of that, which is we get this crazy wick low, we then bid our 180, which was where our seller was, where we were buying last. Why do I care about that? Why am I willing to take a trade off of this low? Because we broke back over, right?
Risk-taking brigade propelled the S&P 500 to its longest winning streak in 2 decades, as scars from April's tariff shock faded amid new signs of U.S.-China diplomacy. Seeing here, U.S. bank deposits rose to $18.108 trillion from $18.105 trillion in the prior week.
Yes. So
the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq both rose more than 1% on Friday, marking the second consecutive week of gains. The dollar index declined when treasuries fell, with a policy-sensitive 2-year yield rising more than 10 basis points to about 3.83%. Oil fell as OPEC Plus discussed another significant production increase, with demand for safe havens fading. Gold fell for the second week in a row. A recent strong jobs report revealed a labor market that is cooling but remaining resilient. That alleviated concerns about Trump's impact on the economy. Recent developments also suggest that trade tensions between China and the US are easing.
Yeah, so the way that I look at it is, if this guy is present again, right, I want to be playing with them. If this guy's back on the look back above and we see an active bid step in on Dom, I'm more than happy to play with this guy back up, right? Because it's a recovery of our pivot. It's a recovery of this auction. So I'm more than happy to play with this guy on retest and play off of this with 10 points of risk here as soon as I see that bid start to step in, because it's a recovery of this low. And what are we seeing on footprint as that's happening on that candle? Well, I'm seeing them step in and getting taken. And I'm seeing the bid then show interest back over our edge. So I'm more than happy as long as this 180 is holding and we can flip back over, right, to play this, because I know that this is going to lead back to a reversion to our VWAP and to that absorption that occurred up into these highs. And as long as you're quick with it and you respect our areas of interest, that's money to be made. You know? You have to be quick though. You have to be decisive. And that's the problem with scalping like this, is that you have to be decisive, and sometimes you don't get as solid of a confirmation as you want. But when you're trading like just mechanical movements between, you know, value to value,
index ends down at 22.68, the lowest closing level since April 2nd.
There's not really a problem, right? As long as you're respecting your areas, you're respecting your invalidations, you look for the bid, you play the bid. Like, I'm market buying into this. I'm not limiting at all. Like, I'm playing when I see bid step in, like areas that I care about, I am marketing in and I'm setting my limit stops below. Like, that's like, I'm catching this move. I'm not going to not get filled because we are mechanically doing what I want to see. But it requires you to be a bit quicker when you play stuff like this. But I'm just like going over like the end of day trades, but like this is very quick stuff because this is based off of a news event. But we can see a similar thing. Not all moves have to be insanely quick, right? Like we can go over some of my balance shit from earlier. Here, one sec. So this is one that just required a bit more patience, right? From earlier in the day that we talked about.
So according to sources, the US has prepared new Russia sanctions to increase pressure over Ukraine peace talks. Trump has yet to sign off on proposed Russia sanctions. Sanctions targets include natural resources and banking entities.
Yeah, later motivation, later Odin. So I'm gonna mark these. So we've got this this like 30 to 40. Oh, you can't see the. There we go. See if I can line these up so that they're. That looks pretty good. So these are our highs here. Why am I looking at this area as a pivot? And what am I looking to play here once I see and spot this this absorption, or what I'm considering absorption? And by and like what are we seeing in that movement? What am I basically looking for? I'm basically looking for bids to attempt to move price up and fail to really gain any traction, right? Like they're not able to. We're seeing lots of buys come in, but there isn't really a great ability to continue higher, right? And that's absorption. We're basically seeing sellers taking in all of those bids, and they're being exhausted. So like if the bid can't push through, then I'm going to be looking for the offer to then step back, and then for us to need to rotate back down to get more liquidity from the buy side before we can go back up, right? So when I see areas like this where we see a very clear attempt to lift, right? So we saw these guys try here previously and fail, and that rotated us down. And then I see us step over, and then the same thing happens again. What am I looking for if this guy isn't able to hold this previous area below, above 50s? What am I looking for if this guy becomes offsides and we step back below this? Right? Like this is where we absorbed last. We've rotated up, and now like it's the bid's job to like aggressively hold this for rotations up, right? Yeah, exactly. So he's trapped, right? So again, we know that this is where sell side occurred last. We see the bid try to step above and hold. They fail, right? So we're starting to see them get absorbed again. Why do I care when price pushes back below this 50 and that offer steps down when we know that this guy was absorbed into these highs? Why does that matter? Because if he's trapped and then the offer steps down, I am more than willing to add lots here, because we know that the only way that this invalidates for a continuation play is like a very clear bid back above this. So I can pretty safely sell these highs, understanding that this seller is just taking in all of these lots here, and just build my position out right into our top edge. Because there's no invalidation until we show that interest back above, and then at that secondary bid step in. So I'm more than willing to just build out my position into this 50 to like 60 area, because I'm seeing them get taken in. There's a complete failure from buyers up here to push higher, right? So any look back below, I'm just watching this offer now step down. Does that make sense? So that's how I play absorption. It's like I'm basically using it as my catalyst to be like, oh, okay, there's potentially a trade here now. And now we look for that step down. So once I see that happen, now it's like, oh, okay, oh shit. Now we can look for that offer to lower. And we know where we're playing into, right? We're playing into this lower edge, into this this 30, right? This is our first pivot. So we're watching to see our interaction into this 20 to 30. So I'm risking off into our local bottom of balance here, based off of this right here, these wick lows. Because we've already shown that there's someone willing to take in here. So I'm gonna risk off into our known low where we bought last, right? So that makes sense why I'm taking profits off in here. I moved my stop to 38, just right above, and then we just let this play. My stop was 38, just right above these wick highs here. And then we just watched this offer step down, right? So we're just playing the rotation between this guy and this guy over and over again until we see this offer step down more aggressively. Yeah, so I'm willing to stay in this trade because we haven't invalidated. I'm in from the top edge, right? I'm playing the balance. I'm on the right side of the trade. And we know that there's still that catalyst above. And we know as soon as we step below this 20 to 30 area, we will rotate down until we find our next area of value, right? And that's this 200, 210 that I just kept yapping about all day. And the reason why we did that is because this was where we saw a crazy buyer actively trading for off of some China news from earlier in the session. So we saw like this really big bid that was continuing to defend this low on this pop up. So to me, it made sense to look to risk off into this area, understanding that this is where that last liquidity was present when we played the upside move. So I'm just risking off into this low. And we can see like there's so many lots were taken in this area, right? And so like I want to be risked off because there's not a lot for me here. And if we get the secondary leg, like what I'm going to be looking for is like a very clear look below for the 200. And then you can see like my targets were 180 and 170, which is what we were looking for at end of day. Losing my voice, sorry. Right? But we didn't get filled. I get stopped out here on my my last contracts. Let me bring that up. Just gonna delete a bunch of this shit. Move this down. So this is me just closing out this trade. Do you see how I get stopped out here above our 38? So I get fully stopped on my runners here. And I immediately bid. Market buy-in. Because as long as we're now holding this edge, I know that we're in this upper auction. And I'm just risking off right back into where we took our original short. Right? Because I know that if we take out these guys and then we show interest here, we're going right back up to my short. It's just value to value, right? If we recover this pivot, I'm long. As long as this isn't invalidating, which it doesn't. My stop's at 28. I'm willing to put on this risk. It is what it is. We play it up. Right to where we took our short last. And where are we playing up to? The known fucking absorption, right? That's our value. Yeah? Yeah, so that's how I use it. It's like either we hold our areas of interest and value persists, or we show interest above, and then I'm looking for us to then revert back to our previous value where absorption occurred last, right? Where value was found last. And so like that's, if I get stopped out, it's because this play is now invalidated for me. And now I'm looking for this upper auction rotation. And then what's this play right here? What was there a secondary entry that we've talked about before? What is this showing here on this rotation back into our balance? Do you see a familiar setup here where we recover our balance low? We rotate up to our balance high, and then we retest to see if this auction's real. And then what do we do after that when we show that there's an active buyer that's actually willing to participate here? Well, we make new highs, yeah? We talk about this setup all the time. Yeah, it's just a retest of our value low if you were thinking about this as a D profile. We just showed interest. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was telling them earlier before you got on, but like I treat like the entirety of the market as just D profiles. It just makes my life so much simpler. Like if everything is just a D profile and I can separate our auctions, right? I basically can separate these two balanced areas into 2D profiles and understand how I want to see interactions as we rotate in between them. Because we've successfully identified our pivots by using footprint to find those areas where we've seen absorption at our edges, right? So like we know where value is. And unless something drastic shifts, like I'm just playing these two as two clear auctions with a known buyer and a known seller, a known buyer, a known seller. And what happens if we then hold in our tails? Well, we then expand, right? And then we go into our upper auction. Again, like my job isn't to catch gigantic moves. My job is to catch crumbs from the people who are actually moving the market. So if I can identify where buyer value is and where seller value is, I will play the rotation as they transact in between them, right? Simple. We know where they are, where our invalidations are with that understanding. If I know the known discount price and I know the known premium price, where people think things are too expensive and where people think things are cheap, we can sell into the people that we know think that this is a great price to sell, and we can buy where we have a known area where people have shown interest where they think it's inexpensive, right? And we just play that rotation and we don't look for more and be greedy. We separate the market into auctions and we play the auction. Yeah, man. Yeah, same. I gotta go take out the dog. If you have any more questions, just at me. I should be free this weekend. And this will be recorded, so I'll end the video here so it's easy to find. Everyone have a good weekend. Seems like a decent amount of people stayed to watch that, so that's good. I will see you all Monday. Have a good rest of your day.